Our 8:30s, except for Mr. Beasley, are in custody.
Did you want anybody brought up or?
Mr. Phillips is on Zoom.
Oh, Mr. Phillips is on Zoom. We can do Mr. Phillips and then bring up Mr. Thomas.
All right, so let's bring up Mr. Thomas and we'll do we'll go on the Phillips case. All right, Mr. Phillips, we'll call your case.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24018886. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Marvin Phillips. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wicks.
Taylor Wicks, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Phillips, who is present via Zoom.
And sir, you are Marvin Phillips, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The complaining witness in this matter was subpoenaed at her last known address. She is not present here today. The people cannot sustain their burden without her. I have not attempted contact with her as she is a defendant in a current ongoing criminal matter in front of Judge Buchanan. It's my understanding she is in bench warrant status on this matter. I expect a motion from the defense, to which I will leave it to the court's discretion.
Thank you, Ms. Wicks.
It is correct, Your Honor. At this time, I would be asking for the case against Mr. Phillips to be dismissed without prejudice.
All right. And
It's Megan took out.
Right.
Get somebody it'll print in just one second.
So if I could draft Mr. Lee or Ms. Wicks to grab that off the printer. So Mr. Phillips, the complaining victim has failed to appear and has been subpoenaed, is also on bench warrant status. So the court will grant the defendant's motion to dismiss without prejudice, which means the case could be reissued by the people if they choose, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Permission to approach him.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Did you hear that, Mr. Phillips?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm in possession of the Nolly process of order of dismissal on 24018886. I will sign that document. I'll sign that document accordingly based on the motion from defense counsel. Anything else for the record in 24018886, Miss Wilson?
Not for the people. Thank you.
Miss Wicks.
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Phillips, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
You too.
And then Ms. Redmond is just going to be a Nolly per a global resolution. I think she was brought over. I'm not sure if we want to bring her up or if we can just do that.
We should probably bring her up.
Bring her up.
Yeah, if we brought her over, let's
Okay.
bring her up, but let's.
Then never mind. I was going to say, if you wanted to
there's no value.
You said you couldn't hear you?
I can't hear anything. There's
They
no
might
value.
actually mute the stars.
Sir, we're in a hearing right now, so if you, thank you. All right. He was on bench warrant status, it appears till February. And then bond was continued as of July. It was set for final pretrial today. And bond was reset, and then I reset at 5,010%. So how much credit's on this one? Here's my concern. My concern is that he's maxing out.
Understood.
Yeah, I mean, he's at 67 days. It's on a 93 day. So if we were gonna adjourn it, it would be, and it's a 93 day, it would be fast. You don't understand.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to see.
He must have, or he,
Figure it out. I think. I'm trying to find it.
let me see, let's see how much time the computer has him at. It's gotta be, this was on bench warrant status for an extended time.
I think he had 30 days in January. And then, as you say, when he got picked up from bench warrant status, he accumulated some days.
And then because then he was picked up in July.
Correct.
So another 30 days-ish.
He didn't have 30 days in January. He would have PR'd in 7 days. He was arraigned on 1-2. He would have PR'd.
Keep PR on a 10% bond?
It's a misdemeanor. They automatically PR him in 7 days.
Why even set the bond?
Correct, yes.
That's a
Why-
long-standing question.
Correct.
Right, it
Yep.
doesn't matter if we set any type of bond.
Yep, they'll
At arraignment.
automatically PR him after 7 days.
It doesn't seem right, but
No, it does not, but that is the way they do it.
so regardless of what bond we set on any misdemeanor crime, they're PR'd in 7 days.
That's what it sounds like.
Unless it states no PR within 20, no 7-day PR, or 21 PR or something like that.
And so it doesn't matter what we set it at.
Not unless you specifically tell them that they can't do it.
I think that's the
Exactly.
rule. I usually tell them 2 weeks because it doesn't always seem to be like
Oh,
7
interesting.
days. You know,
It's usually 4 because they give them credit for time. I've never totally figured out the method and the timing.
That
So
doesn't make any, so you could have a 1-year assault of aggravated assault.
Yep.
And your bond doesn't mean anything.
Nope.
Why even, I guess,
Yep.
yeah, all right, well,
And I know the jail is overcrowded right now, so if they can push people out, they are.
right, well, it does beg the question, why even set the bond?
Yeah,
You know,
so
you think you're,
you think you're doing something. and
yeah, you think you're doing
really
something,
not,
you're really
no.
not doing anything. Well,
I'm still going for it.
well, I think I've heard enough.
Okay.
I think I've heard enough today. Complaining victim has failed to appear. We have at least 50, 60 days in. So I'm gonna grant the motion to dismiss. without prejudice. What that means, Mr. Thomas, is that the motion can be dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? I think that is. All right, so I'll grant the request and dismiss without prejudice. Anything else for the record in 24-0002, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people, thank you.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set, Mr. Thomas. Thank you for your appearance today.
Who am I grabbing next, sir?
I think
Redmond.
Redmond. And Mr. Beasley's pro per.
Correct.
Uh, Did we want to call that case? Or are you still waiting for the,
I don't know that he's here.
I think Mr.
Oh,
Beasley's
that,
right
are
there.
you Mr. Beasley? Okay, then yeah, we're ready.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01095. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Johnny Beasley. Will the parties please indicate their presence for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
And sir, you are Johnny Beasley, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The complaining witness in this matter has been subpoenaed at his last known address. I've attempted contact at 3 different phone numbers. I have not been able to make contact. He has not appeared today. Typically, this is the time when the defense would motion for dismissal. Considering that Mr. Beasley is pro per, I will motion for dismissal at this time.
All right, Mr. Beasley, the complaining victim has not appeared today. So the people are unable to proceed. We generally subpoena the complaining victim at final pretrial. Do you have any comment concerning this matter? The people have moved to dismiss the case. All right. So with that understanding, the court will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir. All right. Yeah, let me sign it after her, and you should be all set.
Thank you.
You may, Ms. Wicks. Thank you. All right, I'm in possession of the order of nollie pros concerning 24-01095. I will sign it accordingly. You should be all set, Mr. Beasley. Thank you for your appearance today. So the only 8:30 left is Miss Redmond, right? Okay.
Yes.
Then we have somebody in the Ingham County Jail. All right, with the iPhones in the Zoom courtroom, please identify yourself.
Yes. At this time, she can plead here with restitution and all. Okay. Just as a 55.
Tyler Van Over
But I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
before.
is. So that's one is Tyler Van Over.
That's a 9 o'clock.
All right. Let me name him. Unless I will forget because
You make me go second.
that's it. And then on the other iPhone, would you please identify yourself?
Tremaine Kaufman.
Tremaine. And sir, you're here for your 9 o'clock also, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Green is your attorney?
Yes, I just he just texted me at 8:56. He said as soon as I get done with the sentencing in Genesee County, I will be on the Zoom.
All right. All right. All right. So you've been identified. Thank you, sir. You're in the right place.
You're welcome.
No.
In the Ingham County Post, your name, sir? I think he's. Mr. Van Oler, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with your public defender so you can discuss the case, all right? All right. So once Mr. Lee joins, I'll place you in a breakout room with him, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Van Oler, I'm going to place you in room 1. You should get a prompt to go to room 1, and then I'll place your public defender in that same room. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lee, did you want to meet with Mr. Susdorf? Oh, let me put you in with Mr. Vanoler.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And then Mr. Susdorf, I'll put you in a room with your public defender as soon as he's out of the breakout room with his other client. All right, sir?
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01702 and 24-01703. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Judith Bazo. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wicks.
Taylor Wicks, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Ms. Bazo, filling in for Attorney of Record John Lee.
And ma'am, you are Judith Bazo, is that correct?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe the defense is going to be looking to file a motion in this matter. So I think we're going to need a motion date.
All right.
That
Is that a fair statement, Ms. Wicks?
It is, Your Honor. As it is a form motion, I do believe we're filing, I believe 2 weeks should allow us both to comport with the court rule and have a motion hearing. So as the court schedule allows, but approximately the 2 weeks.
All right, yeah, one week to file the motion, 1 week to respond, or at
Yes.
least.
Am I scheduling both for the same day?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Are they both motions? There's one motion, one's a pre-trial.
One's motion, one's pre-trial.
Thank you. August 26th at 9:30.
August 26th. And which one's the motion, just so
On the bite.
on the bite?
Wait,
Motion, amendment. Set for pretrial. August 26th at 9. And that's on 03. That is the dog at large. Is that right?
I believe so.
Yeah, 03 is dog at large, yeah.
All right. All right, so we've set this, one for pretrial and one for motion, but it'll be on August 26th at 9:30. All right, ma'am? Anything else for the record in 24-01702 or 03, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Wicks?
No, thank you.
All right, you're all set, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
If you want to grab your stuff, I'll grab you the notice.
Okay, thank you.
You're good to
You're
go.
doing wonderful.
Thank you. Do you want these, Wendy, or give them to Megan?
If you just put them on Megan's desk, she has a system that
Okay.
I don't want to mess her up.
Yep, that's what I'm like. I want to give them to who needs them. I don't want to mess anything up, but
Did one of you get with Briaz Sanders? Do you know? I think John told me he was going to, but I wasn't sure.
See. In docket 24-00524. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Alyssa Hill. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wicks.
Taylor Wicks, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Hill, who is present standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Alyssa Hill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is time set for plea today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is, the offer in this matter is to plead to the sole count in this complaint with restitution for this file and her files in 55th. And I should have a number here in a second.
All right.
And the files in 55th upon successful plea would be dismissed.
Yes. Let's try it, see what happens. Because those cases will be dismissed upon, the 55th cases are going to be dismissed, is that right?
Correct,
And then we take their restitution.
correct.
And I've just been told that that becomes a problem.
There's also the additional issue, if I want to put another wrinkle in it, of the restitution is joint and several with a co-defendant who actually pled in the 55th file.
All right. What's the restitution on this case?
I believe I want to say it was 90 something, but don't. No, it was more.
250, well, hold on, they included tax. $203.
That sounds correct.
All right.
Right, is that for the other
No,
ones
that's
too?
just.
That's just this one?
That's-
Sorry, say again?
He asked for it.
Oh, what this file is, okay, yeah, so it looks like it's what did you say,
203 even.
on this
On this file, and
Yes.
then, so that's the one that we can do, that we can link to this file.
Correct.
The restitution on the other file is 55th and they're joint and several. What's so we can try to do that. I
You can
mean,
try.
yeah, if they don't allow it, they don't allow it, but
Mhm.
so restitution on this file, and this goes to Bodie's, right?
Yes.
And what's the 55th?
I am trying to find that one.
Is this,
It is 55th $4 to Mitchell's Fish Market. And 95.40 to Taste of Thai.
All right, well, this is gonna be referred to probation.
She has time served.
She has time served.
Yes, she's already served over the 90 days.
I'm sorry. You're going to, so go ahead.
Because we don't have jurisdiction in either one of those issues, and our court wouldn't traditionally cut a restitution check, and it puts the court in like a collections for 55th. So I don't think that we can do it. I think that it's gonna come back and we're gonna have to redo.
I mean, it worked in 55th. The co-defendant has pled out there on having our case dismissed without the restitution.
I don't understand
This
if how
case is-
both parties are agreeing to restitution, it could be an issue.
I don't,
I think that sounds like a bureaucracy issue.
Correct.
More than,
Yes.
more than a,
more than a
Legal
legal
issue.
issue, correct. I mean, I think since everything's within Ingham County, this court does have jurisdiction to do that, whether or not the court's willing to.
well, as long as both parties indicate that
Right.
they're good with the restitution. It doesn't matter because we have we have jurisdiction on this file.
Mhm.
Yes.
The other two files have been dismissed out of 55th, but you two can agree to whatever
Yeah.
restitution you want to agree to.
Yes.
Mhm.
And that's in the restitution statute.
Mhm.
So, yeah, we'll figure it out,
Yep.
but that's, you know, that sounds like a policy thing more than it sounds like a statute thing. So this is a plead as charged to count one with the understanding that it's $203 on this file, $52 on the 55th District Court file that both parties are in agreement on, and then the Taste of Thai file is 95.40. Now that's joint and several.
Yes.
So I don't know how that would apply to the 55th District Court because they shouldn't be doubly compensated.
Correct, and that's kind of the issue we were running into when we
Yeah.
were trying to negotiate this. I'm not sure how much he's even paid on it, because I think he's currently in custody.
Yeah, I do believe
so
he's been in
I
custody.
think there's probably still outstanding, outstanding amount.
All right, my fear is she's not gonna be on probation, so we're just gonna do the restitution order. And then there's gonna be some, we're not gonna know what her order is except for the entire amount. That's the fear. We could just do the restitution to Bodie's. And then leave the 52.95.40 to 55th that he's responsible for.
We could,
Yeah, and that, I mean, that's probably a cleaner way to do
it
it.
is, yep,
So,
Okay.
And if he wants to civilly.
yeah, yeah,
right.
that's true. Yep.
all right,
All right,
well, let's
let's do
try that.
Yep.
That might keep us out of this jurisdictional issue.
Yep,
And then that'll make it real clean as to this. You're pleading, my understanding is you're pleading as charged to the count of defrauding an innkeeper. And we're gonna make restitution right at $203, which is to Bodie's. You may be responsible to help out on the other files, but I'm not gonna order it because because your co-defendant is responsible for that, all right?
okay,
All right, so he's gonna be, so that your co-defendant is probably gonna get, I would say, somewhere in the $150 range, $140 to $150. All right. So Ms. Hill, that's your understanding is your plea to the charge. You've got time served in. I think you've got at least time served in.
More than.
Yeah, and then that'll be the extent of it. The $203 will go to your restitution in the matter, and that would probably go to collections, I would think. I would think that We'd refer that to collections. It's 150, isn't it?
Sign up to send information, or to collection.
What's up?
Don't we have to have 350 collections?
I'm not sure. Uh, so that means that it'd just be outstanding restitution. It's gotta go. It'd be a payment to the court for restitution as opposed to collections. So we give you some time to pay that, all right?
Okay.
All right, but
I wonder if she has a collection.
let me see.
Yeah, so she got, her probation was terminated and she was supposed to have responded to collections by now, but I understand she's been in custody. So we can just add this to
All right,
her.
let's just go to, we'll refer this all to collections and then you should report to collections. You should, once you're able to get out, you should, in that what they're gonna do is put you on some type of plan, or you should contact them to figure out. But it'll be this added to whatever collections amount's already out there, all right?
Okay.
All right. All right, so with that understanding, I'm gonna walk you through your rights. You have certain rights in this misdemeanor plea, all right?
Okay.
All right. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Taylor Wicks, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges at trial for the public defender's office against you. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
You'd have the right to, or the court order any witnesses appeared in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim. The plea was results of any promises other than what we've been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your wish to plead as charged today to the count one misdemeanor of 90 days and or $500 of innkeeper defrauding?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to November 4th, 2023 at the offense location of Bodie's Chop House in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you a guest of Bodie's Chop House in the city of Lansing, Ingham County on November 4th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you order food knowing or with the intent of not paying for it?
Yes, sir.
All right. And by not paying for it, you meant to defraud the innkeeper, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Wilson, anything towards a factual basis?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Ms. Wicks?
No, thank you.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. What's the time in on this? It's at least
It's
90.
over 90
Yeah,
days at this
so
point, yes.
let's do 90 days in the Ingham County Jail with 90 days credit. I'm going to waive any fines and costs for any state or crime victims' right fee, since we have a restitution amount. Restitution is set at $200 on this file.
$203.
$203. And that'll be referred to collections along with your other restitution matters. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
So once you're able to get out, you should go to the City of Lansing Collections Department, and they'll tell you exactly, you're going to owe the 203. I don't know what the rest of it is, but they'll put you on they'll develop some plan for your collections issue. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2400524, Ms. Wilson?
I do have a pink sheet. Do you want me to approach?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna mark out the taste of Thai and just to keep it clean. Anything else for the record in 24-00524, Ms. Wicks?
Your Honor, just if you want to be fully correct, I do believe is 111 days of jail credit.
All right,
So I don't know that it
But
makes
we'll
a
do-
difference,
yeah.
but just when I
We'll
had the
do
math,
the-
I thought I'd give it.
we'll do the 90 days and credit for 90 days.
Totally fine.
All right. And.
That was all.
And then we'll waive. All right, you should be all set, Ms. Hill. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Am I grabbing Mr. Bozeman?
No, I
We
already
already
told you
did
this
him.
case
Yeah.
was dismissed. Oh, so we're good.
Alright, so I don't need anybody.
Correct. We should be done within custodies.
All right, Mr. Van Oler. Oh, and we put, all right. They had, who is her co-defendant? Ms. Wilson?
Javon.
All right, Mr. Green, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24-01891. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Tremaine Kaufman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Your Honor. Vince Green, on behalf of the defendant Tremaine Kaufman, we are both appearing by Zoom. I see he's on.
And sir, you are Tremaine Kaufman, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Kaufman?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we're going to be requesting a final pretrial and corresponding jury trial.
All right, is that a fair statement, Mr. Green?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll set for final pretrial on
August 26th at 8:30.
August 26th at 8:30. And then corresponding jury trial,
September 23rd at 8.
September 23rd at 8 o'clock. Do those dates work with your schedule, Mr. Green?
Yes, yes, I'll make them work. I've got a couple matters after that, but they should work. And
All right.
what's the jury trial date, Your Honor?
Jury trial date would be September 23rd at 8 o'clock. That obviously can be moved around a little bit once we see what happens at the final pretrial.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 24-01891, Ms. Wilson?
Back to the people. Thank you.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Green?
Not for the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. We'll see you at the final pretrial, Mr. Kaufman.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you.
Van Noller had sent a message earlier saying he's trying to get to work.
Mr. Lee's meeting.
Hello?
So, Mr. Van Noller, we'll go on the record in your case as soon as Mr. Lee is out of the breakout room, all right?
Okay.
So, Mr. Lee, can I move Mr. Sussdorf back to the main session?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and are you ready to go on, Mr. Vanoler?
I believe we are prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-02843. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Tyler Vanoler. So the parties please introduce themselves for the record. Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson, for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Tyler Vanoler.
And sir, you are Tyler Vanoler, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, sir?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. I just lost this. There we go. Pre-trial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer?
Thank you, Your Honor. I am in receipt of a license from the state of Florida for Mr. Vanoler. The people are moving to dismiss for compliance.
So a dismissal without prejudice for compliance purposes. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
On a ticket? Or a,
Yes.
yeah, it is. All right, so Mr. Vanoler, I'm dismissing without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically for our case, for our file today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's all for the record. Anything else for the record in 23-02843, Ms. Wilson?
Have the people. Thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set on that file. Thank you for your appearance, everyone.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Lee, did you want to go on Mr. Sussdorf?
Yes, Your Honor, we can proceed.
He's incarcerated. All right, so we're on the record in 22-01199 and 22-01200. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Rusty Sussdorf. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Rusty Sussdorf.
And sir, you are Rusty Sussdorf, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Sussdorf?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today, or would you like to defer?
I would defer.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sussdorf has been incarcerated and has had difficulty gathering proofs as a result. He reports that the dogs in question do not actually belong to him. And the owner of the dogs has since surrendered those dogs to Clinton County Animal Control. I have at this meeting been able to gather the name and phone number, contact information for the owner, and we'll be working directly with her to gather the proofs to support Mr. Sussdorf's position. We would ask Your Honor for an adjournment to allow time for that to happen.
All right, Ms. Wilson, any objection to the adjournment for investigation concerning the whereabouts of both dogs? It appears that that compliance may have happened, and we're still doing the investigation on this.
No objection, Your Honor, and I will note that I don't believe this file is currently holding Mr. Sussdorf.
All right. So, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee? I have a PR bond on these two dog cases. So Mr. Sussdorf is not being held on either one of these files. All right.
No, Your Honor, he is not.
All right. So I'll adjourn for further investigation. Mr. Lee, I can put this out 2 weeks out or 4 weeks out.
I think 2 weeks should be sufficient, Your Honor.
All right. So 2 weeks out would be
August 22nd at 9:30.
August 22nd at 9:30. All right, so we'll wait for any type of compliance paperwork in this matter. Anything else for the record in 22-01200 or 22-01199, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing for the defense.
All right, Mr. Sustorf, you're all set. We've reset this for August 22nd to do some further investigation. All right, sir?
All right.
All right. That's all for the record in that file. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right. Thank you.
Hello?
And sir, on the 5864 telephone line, would you please identify yourself?
Donovan Woods?
Donovan Woods, you're here for your 9:30?
Yes.
All right, stand by. We have several cases to call in front of you. You're in the right place. You should mute or keep silent because the rest of the courtroom can hear you. All right, sir?
All right. Can I tell you, I'm in the orientation too.
You probably, I don't know if that's the place you want to be when you're you're actually in a court, but you should mute then. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00280. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Joseph Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wicks.
Taylor Wicks, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Johnson, who is present and standing to my right.
And sir, you are Joseph Johnson, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding the defendant is prepared today to swear under oath that he is no longer in possession of the dog. And there have been representations from the people that if there's a subsequent violation with the same dog, there will be no offer on that matter. But it's my understanding that he is prepared to make those statements today.
All right, is that a fair statement, Ms. Wicks?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, sir, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. And the dog in this on the ticket of dated January 23rd, 2024, that's not Kane. I have it marked out. What's the name of the dog? What's the name of the dog, sir?
I ain't getting another ticket for the dog.
What's that?
I ain't getting another ticket this year for the dog.
So it is Kane that you got the ticket for?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is Kane then.
Yes.
I don't know why I have it marked out or this. So that was Kane. It's a gray and white pit bull. Was that correct?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Kane, but John made me say
what's the name of the dog?
that was Puma and she been gone. And then y'all, when I came here, y'all asked me, do I have any other dogs you wanted me to get? And then she brought up Kane.
Okay, I'm starting to remember this now. There seems to be some confusion about what dog is at issue here.
All right.
The ticket I have is for Kane, the one that the court has, and the date was issued on January 23rd of this year.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
So.
And then I have, yeah. So is Kane the dog that we're talking about for the ticket?
That is the dog.
All right. And you're no longer in possession of that dog. Is that fair?
Yeah, he's no longer mine.
Or he's no longer, who's he with?
He's with my friend Xavier.
Is he with your friend?
Until I'm able to afford him back. Like, I'm able to take care of him because I got other court fees and I can't take care of him right now. I can't keep coming to court for this. So I just gave him to Xavier.
So you gave him to Xavier?
Yeah.
What's Xavier's last name?
I don't know his name.
You don't know his last name?
Nah. But y'all told me I can get the dog away if I wanted to.
You can. I just would expect me to give him to somebody you know their last name.
We don't.
You don't know anybody's last name?
Not really. When it comes to my friends, I really don't care about their last name. We do.
You might want to reconsider that.
Yeah, okay. I got you. I'm just not nothing less.
Because it's important if somebody asks who your friend is that you gave the dog that you're under a ticket to, that you know their last name.
Yeah, I get it, but you told me like either just give him to the pound if I can't take care of him, you said either give him to a pound or somebody that want to take care of him. And I just gave him to somebody that wanted to take care of him.
He does partially know Xavier's address. He knows
Yeah.
where Xavier lives.
Yeah, he lives on Baker Street. I'm able to go and see the dog whenever I want.
All right. So he lives somewhere on Baker Street with some guy named Xavier, and we don't know the last
I'm
name.
not from Michigan. I know my way around Michigan.
That's not helpful.
So I guess my concern here then is, it sounds like this might be a temporary thing. Is that what we're doing, or are we?
No, it's not temporary. If I officially can't take care of him, I will never want him back. But I just was tired of coming to court for not being able to afford that right now because I got other bills. So yeah. So what else did you want me to do? Like,
I don't
understand the situation.
Well, we're not, I guess we have to be convinced that you've given the dog away to somebody.
Can you send an officer out? No, I can just let him come around the house.
Well, I mean, we're kind of swearing you in. That's why you're
Okay.
sworn in to say that it's not your dog, and you're saying it's not your dog today.
Yeah, I
That
swear.
somebody else is taking care of it.
Yes, I swear it's not my dog.
So, Ms. Wilson, I'll leave it to your to your discretion. I mean, it's your case. I'm somewhat convinced that he's not in possession of the dog. I'm somewhat not convinced that he's.
I'm convinced he's not currently in possession
Right.
of the dog, but it kind of sounds like he's not in possession of the dog until he can be in possession of the dog,
What?
is where I'm getting at.
And is that,
It'd be the same as an animal control system,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
that you can go back and reclaim your dog.
that's
Right, but then I have at least some assurances that when he goes back to get it, there's going to be a license and rabies vaccinations, and I don't have that right
that's
now.
what I don't. Well, like I said, if I'm not able to do that, I wouldn't even go back and get him because I don't want to keep.
I guess the people are satisfied at this point. If I get another ticket, there's not gonna be an offer at that point.
Yeah, well, and here's part of the problem too, is the part of the problem is if they're not gonna give him, because it's not his dog now, he's not claiming the dog. But you understand, if you're found in possession of Kane, they're gonna write you another ticket,
Yeah, I
and
know.
that's,
I mean, how would
that's a
I go
problem.
about that if at a time I will be able to take care of Kane? When I got, like I said, I got other court fees and I pay rent at home. So
Right. So you're
make a court date. Just
so let's not make you responsible for the dog, okay? But if you choose to be responsible for the dog, you're gonna have to license it, and I'll do all those things,
okay.
and that's gonna cost money, and then and that money's a problem right now. Okay,
That's all
so
it is.
all right, so I'll dismiss without prejudice the ticket. Based on part of your plea is that you're no longer in possession of the dog. You're no longer in ownership of the dog, that the dog is on Baker Street in the hands of some guy named Xavier. And we'll do it at that. So it's dismissed without prejudice. Without prejudice means that people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? All right, anything else for the record? 2400-280, Ms. Wilson.
Not for the people, thank you.
Ms. Wicks.
No, thank you.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
I think you said Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401-927 and 2443961712. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Remy Lewis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Taylor Wicks, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Lewis, who is present standing to my right.
And sir, you are Remy Lewis, is that correct?
Sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter along with the accompanying ticket. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The offer in this matter is for Mr. Lewis to plead to the DWLS, dismissal of the speeding ticket, and there would be a sentencing agreement to fines and costs. I will defer to to the defense as to what they want to do.
Ms. Wicks.
Mr. Lewis will be accepting that offer.
All right, so it is a plea to driving while license suspended with fines and costs and no upfront jail, is that correct?
Correct.
And then there'll be a dismissal of the speeding ticket as a part of that.
Correct.
All right. So this is a plea to the charge, Mr. Lewis, of the misdemeanor of driving while license suspended. That is that's a 90-day,
I believe so.
it's a 90-day and or 500. 93 and or 500. All right. There's an agreement between the lawyers that you receive no upfront jail and goes to fines and costs only. If I wasn't going to follow that agreement, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Okay, sir?
Yes.
You understand that? All right. All right. So you have the following rights in this misdemeanor plea, and I'm going to walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Taylor Wicks. She would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up your right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it still your wish to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to this matter?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
I'm gonna bring your attention back to June 22nd of 2024 at the offense location of Olds Avenue and on West Avenue in the city of Lansing. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Olds Avenue and at or near West Avenue in the city of Lansing on June 22nd, 2024?
Yes.
And at that time, while you were operating the motor vehicle, was your license either suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
Which one was it?
Suspended.
All right, thank you. Anything towards the factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
People are satisfied.
Ms. Wicks?
No, thank you.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I will follow the Killebrew agreement, fines and costs with Killebrew of no upfront jail. And we'll set fines at $150, costs at $150, crime victims' rights fee of $75, and a state fee of $50.
Your Honor, is there not a standard fine set by the city in this case?
There's not, because
Okay.
it's a misdemeanor, so
But no ops is as well and has.
Yeah.
the-
this is, I can't go over the $500 limit,
Okay,
which is it's 93 days under $500. So, so with the $75 and the $50, that's $425. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
yes, Your Honor, I'd be asking for at least 60 days.
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's go out 90 days and you can kind of create your own payment plan. All right. That means it has to be paid by the 90 days. But if you want to pay a certain amount every month, that'll give you some time. It's all got to be paid when we'll go 90 days out.
He has a lot of other driving.
What's the total?
He hasn't put his own, but
And I can't, then
he has another, didn't you assess for 50?
425.
Otherwise, the 90 days would be November 12th.
Let's do November 12th. So November 12th, all of the $425 is due to the city of Lansing. You can pay online, in person, or by phone. That'll give you some time to make your own payment plan, as long as it's all paid by November 12th. If it's not, what's going to happen is you're going to get caught in a show cause cycle, which means that they're going to show cause you. You're going to come in and have to answer for a warrant, and that becomes a problem because you do not want to get in that cycle. That just means you show up, so I don't issue a bench warrant for you, which you want to avoid. All right. Anything else for the record in 2401-927, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Wicks?
No, thank you.
All right. So we've set it for November 12th, 2024. That's all for the record, Mr. Lewis. Okay. With the moniker MARZ, sir, can you please identify yourself? Mars? You'll have to unmute.
I'm so sorry. I'm Jamar Goings.
Okay, Mr. Goins, you're here for your 10 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, and that
I can't hear.
Ms. Wicks or.
yeah, we're trying to figure out who your lawyer is from the public defender's office.
It is
Okay.
Mr. Milks, but I do believe he is on arraignments this morning.
I just saw him, so that's possible.
Yeah, because if he's over here. No, that definitely says that. Interesting. I will go see if I can find Mr. Milks. If I
Okay.
cannot, I will
All
be
right.
back to handle it.
He was
All right,
advised-
so we're gonna look for your public defender. If he's not, we're gonna get you another public defender on your case. All right, sir?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Lee is, that's Mr. Who are you meeting with?
That with Woods.
Mr. Woods?
There he goes.
There he is.
I will be handling Mr. Goins for Mr.
How did I think that was gonna happen?
Yeah, you know, I knew it was, and I
Yeah.
should have known what we were doing, however, you know.
All right, so Mr. Lee, are you ready on Mr. Woods?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, it's Donovan Woods,
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
or else we're way ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, it happens.
And one, I don't think Dayton Woods has a lawyer, does he?
Okay. It was Mr. Dillon at the time, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if he's
Yeah.
retaining Mr. Dillon
it
again or
the-
not.
All right. Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01962. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Donovan Woods. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Donovan Charles Woods.
And sir, you are Donovan Charles Woods, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Woods?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
I would defer.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Woods reports that his license, he believes, can be reinstated. He has been having difficulty coming up with the funds to go through that process and pay his reinstatement fees and so forth. However, he has recently started a new job at General Motors and believes that he will be able to get this rectified. I've advised him to contact the Secretary of State and to find out precisely what it is he needs to do to get the license reinstated. He has assured me that that's what he will do next and will execute on that. So we're asking for an adjournment to allow time for compliance, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And is that your understanding, Ms. Wilson? And do you have any objection to
No
it?
objection.
All right, without objection, Mr. Lee, how much time is Mr. Woods looking at? This is the first request for adjournment for compliance purposes. Probably 30 days at this point.
That sounds reasonable. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we'll adjourn for approximately 30 days.
September 9th is 4 weeks out at 9 o'clock.
Okay, September 9th at,
I'm sorry, 9 o'clock. Did I say 4 o'clock?
You might have.
you might have.
I didn't mean 9 o'clock.
September 9th at 9 o'clock. So Mr. Woods, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Lee, and we've reset this for September 9th at 9 o'clock. All right, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-01962, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee, anything on that file?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I'm here all day, so I don't usually pay attention to the times.
You know, it's like,
Yeah.
I'm on my schedule.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh, my God.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02098. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Jamar Goins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wicks.
Heather Wicks, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Goins, filling in for the Attorney of Record, Stephen Milks, on behalf of Mr. Goins, who is present via the Zoom application.
And sir, you are Jamar Goins, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Goins?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we're going to be requesting a final pretrial and corresponding jury trial.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll set for final pretrial on
August 26th at 8:30.
August 26th at 8:30. That'll be a live pretrial on the 6th floor City Hall, Lansing, and then the corresponding jury trial.
September 23rd at 8.
So September 23rd at 8 o'clock. And you have those dates, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Ms. Wicks, anything else concerning 2402-098?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Goins, your final pretrial is set for August 26th at 8:30 and jury trial, corresponding jury trial is set for September 23rd at 8 o'clock. So you should be all set, sir.
Is this I'm so confused right now.
But we've set it for final pretrial, so that's the final pretrial before the jury trial, and that's set for August 26th at 8:30. You'll receive notice of that via mail. That'll probably go to the Jolly Road address. Is that still a good address for you?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Goins, I will have Mr. Milks give you a call and explain things, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So nothing was done today except for set it for final pretrial and jury trial. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You
That's
guys
all
have
for
a
the
nice.
record at 2402-098. You should be all set, Mr. Goins. Thank you for your appearance.
You guys too. Thank you.
You on the docket, it is expected clients should appear.
Not necessarily. I mean, I really, if you don't know, they probably should.
Okay.
But it's not, but as long as I got the September 4th date, that's probably what they're concentrating on.
Okay.
I would think.
Because Mr.
yeah.
Obenauer, those are her dates to make sure that she knows where the file is
Right.
and what's going on in it. It's not something that ever goes on the record in front of Judge Ward, so I wanted to, now that I am here regularly.
Right.
Wanted to make sure how this.
Yeah,
board handled that.
I really look to Miss Wilson. If Miss Wilson is like, he's got to be here.
Okay.
And but this, I can easily see how you could see that September 4th date and think that's the date I got to worry about,
Yes.
you know?
And with this one, I know Ms. Schroeder was on it when we set this date, so
Yes.
usually we make that decision when we set the date,
Right.
whether they need to be
Okay.
here. And largely with these ones, if it's not assaultive, my concern more is making sure we don't lose track of.
Right, that's,
Yeah.
that's why I set the control
Yeah.
date,
Okay.
because I don't want to lose the file.
Yeah.
you
No,
know?
absolutely.
Yeah, and that they're easy, with misdemeanor forensics, it's easy to
It's-
lose.
yes.
you know?
Yes.
Because we
100%.
can hardly get
Yeah.
the forensics to evaluate.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
We've show cause forensics.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and then all of a sudden the person got to the front of the list. And so I don't know how that happened. That was, you know. All right, so. And Andrew Wirt. And that's a pro per.
I
I don't have anybody on that.
have Watson showing on my docket.
Yes. And who were we asking about?
Andrew Wirt, WIRT.
And an appearance from Mr. Lee.
Yep.
Wirt. WIRT.
Yeah. Judge Simmons, how are you?
I'm good, how are you? I'm just
Good.
checking to make sure Mr. Lee's not giving you a hard time.
Always.
Okay. You know, he's a controversial figure, that Mr. Lee.
He likes to stir stuff
He
up.
does.
All right, let's call, I haven't seen Mr. Word. Have you seen
haven't,
Mr. Word?
no.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-00593. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Andrew Wirt. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson, for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Andrew William Wirt.
Right, this was initially scheduled for 9:30. It is now 10:20. I do not see a Andrew Wirt in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the physical courtroom. And Mr. Lee, I don't know if we've checked the hallway to see if Mr. Wirt's maybe sitting in the hallway, but let's check the hallway and then we'll see. But we've had no appearance for Mr. Wirt. No one? All right, all right. So it appears that Andrew Wirt has failed to appear for the pretrial today. Ms. Wilson, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd be requesting a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold.
Any comment on that, Mr. Lee?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'll issue a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold. This is this would be his first fail to appear on this matter. There was a arraignment fail to appear, but that's done by mail. So I'll issue the bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00593, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Then Megan went and got she's going to get Mr. Wilkins, right? It must be at a break when Judge Ward's prelim.
Oh, I don't think it started until 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because she had some city cases to start with.
And sir, I think this is Mr. Wilkins. Right, did you want some time to talk to your client, Mr. Lee?
Please, Your
All
Honor.
right. So we'll adjourn and let Mr. Lee talk to Mr. Wilkins and then come back and put it on the record.
Well, we need to adjourn to figure out what he's got.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 22-002-865. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Gerald Wilkins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Gerald Ray Wilkins.
And sir, you are Gerald Wilkins, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is going to be a request for another pretrial, 2 weeks if possible for continued negotiations.
And this was a writ out of Eaton County, is that correct?
Correct.
Sorry.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
That is accurate, Your
All
Honor.
right. We need at least 2 weeks, right?
With the right, yes.
Yeah. So give me a date. That my only fear is that, I mean, the writ date, but this one looked to this one, the writ date was July 30th to now, which is August 12th, which is 2 weeks, about 2 weeks. So
Let's do August 26th at 9:30.
August 26th at 9:30. I indicated the DS to be writ out of Eaton County for August 26th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in 22-02865, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Yeah, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor. The defense is concerned because Mr. Wilkins has been spending so much time in jail, but he hasn't been getting any credit for time served on this case because he's been getting PR bonds every time he gets picked up. My understanding is that he will be serving at least 1 more week before he makes an appearance in Eaton County next week. So we were thinking that it would be in his best interest to get him a low 10% bond, which will, as we've discussed earlier, convert to a PR bond, but at least he would be accumulating time on this case that could work to his benefit.
I completely understand the motion. Any response, Ms. Wilson?
No objection.
All right, so we will set it at $1,000, 10%. So we have bond modified on this case.
That's what you're saying.
And that way the defendant can pick up any credit concerning this file.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Anything else for the record in 22-02865, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing for the defense.
All right, Mr. Wilkins, we'll see you back here on August 26th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And another week begins.
Yes, it does. Although we have a conference at the end of starting Wednesday, so
No LTA, no.
yeah, it's a shorter week for us.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. That's
Well,
nice.
excellent. Where's the conference at?
It's at Crystal Mountain.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we'll be sitting and all the district court judges will be, it's a district court judges
Yeah.
conference. But it's a nice arena.
It is. We'll have a good time.
Thank you. Remove ROA from this. All right, Ms. Stitt, I'm ready to call your case. So we're on the record in docket 21-02246 and 23-03809. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Abani Stitt. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ma'am, you are Abani Stitt, is that correct? And you'll have to unmute, ma'am.
Yes, I'm about to stay.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a arraignment on it's on a warrant concerning both files, 23-03809 and 21-02246. So I will start with 23-03809. A probation violation has been filed against you by your probation officer, Brendan Hanna. It's indicating that you left the state of Michigan without consent of this court, that you failed to submit to testing at AberHealth on June 2nd, June 12th, July 5th, and July 22nd. Those are all technical violations of probation. And then you have a non-technical probation violation in that you displayed assaultive threatening behavior on or about July 8th, 2024. So Ms. Stitt, do you understand the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you for your probation violation? And you'll have to unmute.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
And you understand that you have a right to hearing in this matter. You have a right to counsel. I'm going to, and did you have the public defender's office on the underlying file? Did they represent you, ma'am?
Yeah.
I think they did.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So as to this file, we'll do one file at a time. You have the right to counsel. It works differently in this court. Do you plan on seeking representation from the public defender's office in regards to this probation violation, ma'am? I think you should. I think you should reach out to them. Ms. Stitt, I really think you probably should reach out to them to get some representation, since you have two files, which means you've been violated twice.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to give you a number to contact the public defender.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right. The number for the public defender is 517-679-2979. It's 517-679-2979. And I'm going to give you a hearing date. This is in front of Judge Flores, this hearing date for this probation violation. And then the public defender who's assigned to this courtroom will have you on their list, or should, if you meet their financial application, which you previously did on the file. So the probation violation hearing has been set for
August 23rd at 9.
Set for August 23rd at 9 o'clock. So you should share that date with them to tell them, look, I was arraigned on a probation violation in front of Judge Flores, and it's been set for August 23rd at 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
All right. So you have that number, and that's when That's when your hearing is set for on that August 29th date, all right? August 23rd date, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, now stay and let's go ahead and go on the second file. The second file, which is 23-03-809. Both these have the same number.
It looks like it's the same.
So it doesn't seem like it's done. All right. Oh, this is 21-02246. That was the last one. So this is 23-03-809. It appears that it is the same violations as the 23-02246 file. It is alleged by probation officer Brendan Hanna that you left the state of Michigan without consent of this court. You failed to submit to testing at AberHealth on June 2nd, 2024, June 12th, 2024, July 5th, 2024, and July 22nd, 2024, and that you displayed assaultive, threatening behavior on around July 8th. Do you understand the nature of the allegations for a violation of probation, Ms. Stitt?
Yes.
So this is arraigned on the second file. On 23-03-809. So ma'am, once again, when you contact that number, indicate to them that you're being violated on two different files and that you want the public defender to represent you in this matter, all right?
Okay.
And we will set this for hearing at the same time. So this will be set for August 23rd at 9 o'clock. You, of course, have a right to a hearing and you have right to counsel. And so in this way, you can contact the public defender's office so that you can get counsel on both of these files, 23-03-809 and 21-02246 in regards to that hearing date. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. So make sure I would put that as the highest priority on both of these files because they both of these, the probation violation on 21-02246, it is, let's see this one. That's a 93-day misdemeanor. And 23-03-809 is also a misdemeanor count. So you're looking at a possible jail sentence on both of these malicious destruction of property charges. So you should be represented, all right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, so make sure you have the public defender's number and you contact them for an appearance, and we'll see you on August 23rd at 9 a.m. All right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're all set. Thank you, Ms. Stitt.
Jury trial date, and I'm pretty sure this one is right.
All right. All right, and then Dayton Woods. All right, let's go ahead and call your case. We're on the record in docket 23-02411. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Dayton Woods. This is the time set for arraignment. Sir, you are Dayton Woods, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. This is a arraignment on a probation violation hearing. It is alleged by your probation officer, Jody Bayless, that you failed to refrain from alcohol per AverHealth on July 1st, 2024, and you tested positive for alcohol, results yielding a positive test on that date. Do you understand the nature of the charges that have been brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan?
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand you have a right to a hearing, you have a right to counsel in this matter. You were previously represented, you were previously represented by the Public Defender's Office. Mr. Woods, do you plan to seek additional representation on this hearing? I think that would be a good idea.
My initial representation was the Dillon Law Group. And then I also asked Ms. Bayless, was I able to get a different legal counsel, and she said that there were some forms or something that had to be filled out and mailed.
You're going to have to make an application to the Public Defender's Office in order to get that public defender to retain you, and I can give you that number.
So, well, me and Miss Bayless had talked about it, and I was pretty much, I am not denying it was. I had like a couple of little Trulies for the for right around the holiday, and she just pretty much just I guess this was like supposed to be a I don't know exactly what it was called, but initially she just said, I'm gonna go with this is my recommendation and things like that. So
well, let's go ahead and set this for hearing, and that'll give us the opportunity to bring Miss Bayless in, and then we can talk about this. But I've got to set it for hearing since you just understood. So you understand you have the right to a hearing and a right to counsel. You've had some discussions with Miss Bayless, your probation officer, as you've indicated. So let's go ahead and set for probation hearing.
23rd at 8:30.
It'll be set for August 23rd at 8:30.
Okay.
So August 23rd at 8:30, and then we'll reach out to Miss Bayless to make sure, but you should show up on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing on that date, and then we'll reach out to Miss Bayless to see what she wants to do on that. But that's when it's set for August 23rd at 8:30. All right, sir?
Okay, so if I am going to get my original legal counsel, which is Dillon Law Group, I'm fine.
Well, you should be either way. You retain Mr. Dillon. You can always go back to Mr. Dillon and retain him. If you want the number to the Public Defender's Office, I can give you that number. Or if you're confident that you've had conversations with Miss Bayless, who's your probation officer, you can just show up, and she will also show up, and we'll make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. So I'm setting for August 23rd at 8:30. Did you want the Public Defender's Office or a number? Are you all set in that regard?
I'm okay. If I do retain counsel, I'll just go with Dillon again. Thank you.
All right. We've set it for August 23rd, and we'll contact Miss Bayless. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Woods.
All right. God bless you. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
You too. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00759. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Hector Posada Zavala. This is time set for probation violation arraignment. I've checked the Zoom courtroom, the physical courtroom, and we've called Mr. Posada Zavala's name in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the probation violation arraignments. We will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for his failed to appear. And so that's all on the record in docket 24-00759.
Your Honor, why don't we start with Miss Maya?
Okay.
I apologize if I mispronounced that.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-00657. People of the state of Michigan versus Shannon Mejia. Thank you. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joel Martinez appearing on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Shannon Marie Mejia.
And ma'am, you are Shannon Marie Mejia, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a probation violation hearing. Mr. Martinez, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Lee?
Your Honor, it's my understanding after speaking with Mr. Lee that Ms. Mejia will be making admissions to the 3 violations outlined in the violation report.
All right. And is that your understanding, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, and that, we'll make sure that we're working from the same document. That would be the document filed by Heather DeHosky on August 18th.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement? All right. And Ms. Mejia, that's your understanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Mejia, you understand you have the right to counsel today and you have the right to a hearing. You are represented by Attorney Jonathan Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
It is your wish today to admit to the technical probation violation in this matter. I think there's 3 of them here. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
It is alleged that on August 18th, 2023, that you violated your probation by failing to make any monthly payments and the balance of $465. Do you admit responsibility for failing to pay $465 any monthly payments in regards to this technical probation violation?
Yes, sir.
All right. It is alleged that you failed to complete MRT program and that you were terminated for lack of attendance.
Yes.
Do you admit to that, make it that allegation?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then did you fail to provide verification of employment to your probation officer, which ended up being in a technical probation violation?
Yes, sir.
All right. I find any questions concerning the factual basis for the admission to the technical probation violations, Mr. Martinez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. An admission to the probation violations. There were 3 of them. They're listed as 14, 6, 14, and 15, but that's just how they number them. That's not, so it's 3 violations. And then, Mr. Lee, would you like to be heard on allocution concerning this matter?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mejia reports that around the time of these allegations in August of 2023, she began experiencing severe back problems. She also was going through some very tough things in her personal life and ended up being placed in a mental health facility around that same time, Stepping Stones in Detroit. Back problems continued to develop. She became homeless in April of 2023, and she ended up having April of 2024. She ended up having back surgery in May of 2024. She has continued to struggle with back issues and has a second surgery pending. However, Your Honor, she does have a more stable situation now. She's living with her parents, so she has a stable home, and she has not had any contact with the police or any new charges. What we're looking for, Your Honor, is either reinstatement to probation or a termination of probation with the referral to corrections.
All right, so this was a guilty plea to disturbing the peace, is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Martinez, anything you'd like to say on the case before the court passes the sentence?
Your Honor, I'll leave it in your discretion.
Thank you. Well, Ms. Mejia, you pose a problem for the court, okay? I can't think of anything. I don't know if probation is the right place for you. It just doesn't seem to be that it's worked. Okay. This is the second violation. Is that correct? Show cause held, explain to D probation, only violate for inciting. You failed to appear. You've been arraigned again. Maybe probation's not for you. And you tell me, because we keep going through this circle and.
I know at the time when all this happened, I was doing my probation good up until my back surgery and being hospitalized and all that, and then everything just went downhill from there.
There's a termination probation request from the probation department. They pretty much indicated that you've not worked with them in any way. And probation is just a different form of jail time. I mean, essentially, it's just a different way of sentencing. I mean, it's just a different way of saying, all right, you don't have to go to jail, but you can do this, and we're going to here to help you. I don't know that we're helping you. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense to you? Coming up in front of me all this time is not seeming like the answer right now.
No.
But you tell me, because
I have, with my upcoming surgeries, I really don't prefer to be going to jail right now.
Right. Nobody does. Nobody likes to go to jail.
I mean,
and disturbing the peace, you fled to a 90-day misdemeanor. So I've got some things to work with, but I just don't think that. I don't know that, and they're suggesting jail right now. I mean, jail is part of the suggestion, but I just don't think that probation is an answer, because.
Now that I'm sober, I think I'm okay with being able to complete.
All right, but why did we take this long?
I had so many issues, like I said, going with not being stable. I was in the mental institution, got out, was in and out of the hospital with my surgeries, not surgery, but with the medical, whatever they were doing with me, I was in and out of the hospital. So sometimes I'd be there a week, sometimes I'd be there 2, come out, I could walk some weeks I couldn't walk. And then finally they just end up having the surgery. I'm having another one because they thought with relieving the pressure from the bottom of my back would diffuse the situation for my right arm, which it hasn't. So now they're gonna do another surgery on the top part of my neck and back for my numbness on my right side of my body. So they thought with the one surgery that it would have just annihilate the whole surgery of not having to deal with the neck, but it hasn't. So now they're doing discussing a date for that one to relieve the numbness from my right side.
Yeah, I ordered 5 days, and upon successful completion of probation for this is, so it's already been ordered. My question is, I don't know if you're ever going to successfully complete probation at this time. I really don't. I just don't think that's the answer today. I really don't.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you some of the jail time. All right. I'm not going to give you an extensive amount of jail time. I'm going to give you, and it's disturbing the peace. It's a different, this stems from assault and battery, but but I do think that I don't think that probation is the answer for you. And I think your health problems would indicate that. I think that this would get in the way, putting you back on probation just keeps, we just keep kicking the can down the road on some level, So I am going to terminate probation. And starting today, you'll do 3 days in the Ingham County Jail. So that is less than the suspended sentence, 3 days in the Ingham County Jail. And then I'll refer the balance, which is $465 to collections.
Okay.
All right. I think you have to be accountable, but I also want to take in, I'm not insensitive to the fact that you have some medical history here. B, I don't think probation's working out for you.
Okay,
And that's just a grown-up way of looking at things, all right?
absolutely.
All right, so go with Megan and she'll make sure that you get to where you need to go for 3 days.
Okay.
Anything else for the record in docket 22-00657, Mr. Martinez?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, you should be all set, Ms. McGinn.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, you're gonna have to hold me like, because I don't have very good stability. Okay.
Who's next,
Would
Mr.
it
Martinez?
be okay to call the Clifford Travis matter?
Yeah,
Thank you.
because that's the one we spoke about.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Wicks, you're on Mr.
Travis.
Travis, okay.
Oh, no, that's okay. Thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00546. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Clifford Travis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Martinez.
Good afternoon, Joel Martinez, on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Taylor Ricks, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Travis, who is present standing to my right.
And sir, you are Clifford Travis Jr., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probation violation hearing. I will go on the record saying that I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Martinez and Ms. Wicks, who we discussed this case. It's my understanding there's going to be a request for an adjournment concerning this matter. We've taken a look at some dates that would be appropriate, but Ms. Martinez, I'll let you make a record.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Judge, this is the date and time set for a probation violation regarding Mr. Travis. There are 2 violations alleged. The first is a technical probation violation of a tether exclusion zone. The second is a non-technical probation violation where it's alleged that the defendant had contact with the victim. I did have a representative today, Judge, on behalf of JSG Monitoring, who was going to testify regarding the GPS violation. Regarding the other violation with contact with the victim, my office sent the victim a subpoena on Friday. Today's Monday. I highly doubt that she was able to be served appropriately, Judge, with that subpoena, given how quick today's date, the turnaround for today's date is. I would like to have the opportunity to properly subpoena her and allow her the opportunity to appear and be part of this hearing if she wishes. And so for those reasons, Your Honor, I respectfully request an adjournment of this matter. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Wicks.
Thank you, Your Honor. In speaking with Mr. Travis, it is my understanding that he has a good paying factory job that he has had to now take 2 afternoons off in which the people could not proceed. And so it is interfering with his work, not only his good factory job, but with the landlord who owns homes within the exclusion zone that he is contractually obligated to fix up. So, Your Honor, I would be asking if the court is going to grant the adjournment, that Mr. Travis be allowed to appear over Zoom so that he could take his break from work, given that neither adjournment has come at the request of Mr. Travis.
All right, well, getting the victim here is essential. We haven't started on the second part of it, which is the violation of the tether, which is really problematic to the probation officer. That was part of his recommendation, as he wrote down.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr.
Yeah.
Travis would be willing to admit to that zone violation. It is simply the no contact order violation,
Right.
that we are realistically contesting.
All right, well, let's, the recommendation is any jail time to be held in abeyance at this time. So I'm not going to order him into jail. But I will leave it up. I'll leave it up, Ms. Wicks, to if Mr. Travis wants to plead to the no contact order or to the GPS tether violation, that's fair. And then we can wait to see if the victim shows up, or we can do them both at the other date. It's entirely up to you.
Really doesn't.
So is it your preference, Ms. Wicks and Mr. Travis, to do both at the following subsequent hearing, or to do one of them today?
Your Honor, are you going to pass sentence on half of a violation, or are you going to hold sentencing until?
Just for Mr. Travis's protection, we'll put it all on the same. I did not plan that any jail time would be held in abeyance. So, but I think it's fair to give the complaining victim some chance to get here by subpoena. But that doesn't change the violation in any way. Just here, Mr. Travis, what I'm looking at is adjourning this so that you have two violations. You have one concerning the no contact, and you have one which is the GPS exclusion zone. And my preference is to put them both, to adjourn them both so that they both be heard at the same time, as opposed to break them up in any way. The only way this affects you is that all the orders stay in place. All right. So so no decisions made on either violation. We keep the orders in place, and you show up in person. I can't have you here in Zoom. You show up in person live on the adjourned date, which is 2 weeks out. We looked at the schedule. I think that fair for to protect yourself, but also it gives the prosecution a chance to get a subpoena out to the victim so that they can see if she's going to be here or not. If not, then we'll make our decision then. Okay, in a couple weeks.
Can I say something?
Sure, if you want, but we're on the record, so anything you say can be used against you.
Okay. I'm like this, Your Honor. I don't have no card, so it's the only closest hospital there. I cannot make it out. Yo.
All right. So you made it here today, so you've got to make it here next time. You got to make any arrangements possible to make it here next time. So let me give you the date. All right. I understand this is creating a problem for you, and I believe it's creating a problem that we're rescheduling. I looked at the past. I looked at the past time we set this, which was 2 weeks out. We set this, which I don't think that we're right on the cusp of getting the subpoena out. So let's provide a new date in 2 weeks. So we'll set it for.
We're looking at Friday, August 23rd at 9:30.
Friday, August 23rd at 9:30. That's live. That'll be on the 6th floor. So just make arrangements now. You've got 2 weeks to make those arrangements, but it will be live Friday, August 23rd at 9:30. And then we'll take all of any testimony will be taken at that time concerning the no contact or the GPS if still required. Anything else for the record in docket 2400546, Mr. Martinez?
Just quickly, Judge, just want to make sure that there aren't any issues issues with the subpoena. The police report I've got reference this matter shows an address for the victim as well as for Mr. Travis as 411 South Clemens Avenue in Lansing. I don't want to send a subpoena there if that's also Mr. Travis's address where he's staying.
Okay, I have the location address.
At a different street, different house, different address?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it in Ingham Street address.
That is where Mr. Clifford is residing.
All right, so.
Or Mr. Travis.
That would be different from the victims? At Ingham Road address?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, thank
And
you. Judge.
that's the last, that's a fair question. That's the last known address we have. All other orders to stay in place, all the exclusion orders. So keep in mind that you don't want to pick up another exclusion order while we're waiting for the probation violation hearing. So I will see everybody here live in person on August 23rd at 9:30. Anything else, Ms. Wicks?
No, thank you.
All right, that's all for the record. We'll see you on that August 23rd date. You're all set.
Thank you.
And I have on the docket, Mr. Martinez, we had Mr. Marembia and Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders might be in custody.
Yes, he is, Judge.
Okay.
That's what I show as well, Judge. Now, the docket I'm looking at has Mr. Watson, the public defender, listed on it. However, my understanding is that they were not appointed attorneys. So
At the arraignment, it's just a different procedure. They reach out to the public defender's office as opposed to the public defender being here for the arraignment purposes. They're supposed to reach out and line it up and make an appearance, and get it, because 90% of the time they were represented by the public defender in the underlying case. So let me see. So Mr. Lee, do you have the public defender representing today, Mr. Sanders or Mr. Marembia?
We do not have any cases open for them.
All right, that's usually when it's set. Well, Mr. Sanders, we know where he is. He's in custody because he was remanded at probation violation arraignment. So you can bring him up at any time. He does not have counsel though. And then you don't have Mr. Marembia. And is Mr. Marembia here?
He is, he's in the back, Judge. This is
Okay.
a non-public case, Judge.
All right, so let's bring in Mr. Sanders and we'll hold off on that, the last case, because it's non-public.
Your Honor, can we briefly go back on the record on Travis?
Absolutely.
Mike and Jagoff, I don't know where she's filed.
We can approach. It doesn't have to
All
actually
right.
be on the record.
Okay,
If you'll allow Mr. Martinez.
absolutely.